Hi there folks, good morning. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. And this was an Air Europa Boeing 7878 Dreamliner inbound from Madrid. 6 years old, first flight January 2017. Some nice application of the reverse thrust there. Good morning Cafe Spotter, good morning Coney Linux, good morning Dutch Aviation, Betty Yelluk, good morning. Hey Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Hope you guys are all doing well on this early Sunday morning. Well, at least it is still relatively early over here. As you guys can see, the sun is out, it is beautiful weather, very much spring-like. Well, if the camera keeps in focus. At the moment I'm standing at the beginning of runway 06, which is one of the two runways in use for arrivals at the moment. The other runway being 36 right, the Aalsmeerbaan, so parallel landings are in progress at the moment. The weather is calm. It is approximately 10 degrees centigrade at the moment, or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's said that today's highs are going to be around 16 degrees centigrade, so 62 Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the east mostly, not too hard. So the pilots landing here are landing in to the northeast, so they have a little bit of crosswind from the right, but there's hardly any wind at all at the moment. Now we're waiting for the next airplane to arrive. By the looks of it, it's going to be a 737-800 from Ryanair inbound from Dublin. Now there was a Grouse over here in the grass, but I think he is hiding. It was walking around the yellow thingy just now. Oh wait, there it is. Let me see. There you go. So this is now the famous Grouse of Schiphol. Hey Gijsbers, goedemorgen. Tina York, good morning. Hope you are doing well. Hey there Roadhog, good morning. Now there's more wildlife activity over here. So we have the grouse in the grass, the grass grouse. Not sure, it looks like a duck over there in the water. Now the water that I am standing next to, I did see some ducks further out, but at the moment I don't see them anymore. I think they're in the reeds. Do see some waves emanating from there. Yeah, I think they are hiding in the center of the field of view. Now with their coloring scheme, they are hard to see in their natural habitat, which is of course how nature designed it, but maybe they'll show themselves a bit more later. So first up, a 737-800 from Ryanair inbound from Dublin. Hey Evelien, goedemorgen. It is National Geographic on AMS Live, absolutely. Now, when I was setting up, listening to the audio, it sounded good. I listened to the audio back yesterday of the stream and I was pleased with the sound, although I did think that you heard the wind rumble quite a lot. Now there's also a high pass filter switch on my microphone. I can enable it, maybe see if that makes a difference. Now at the moment there's not a lot of wind, so I don't think it matters that much today, but next time there's a bit more wind like there was yesterday, might be worth a try, switching it on and off, and then you guys can tell me if one is better over the other. Hey there, Marcin Patriot. Probably mispronouncing that. Jan Hendricks, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hey there, Bruce. Hey there, YouTube fan, good morning. Hope you guys are all doing well. So, looking at flight radar, I think the next airplane is going to be an Embraer 175 from KLM, flight 1778, inbound from Hamburg in Germany. That would be a 5-year-old aircraft that had its first flight in January 2018. Hey, good morning, Peter K. Hope you are doing well. So yeah, the Embraer, is it visible? I think it is. I think I might even see something further out. That would have to be the A320 from Air France. Okay, so that is now flying over Oostgeest in the vicinity of Leiden. Now let me see how much I can show you guys. So this would be the Embraer. And I did see some lights. Now, cannot deviate too far from the middle, otherwise the camera will lose focus. Can I see it visually? I do see some flickering just left of the Embraer. Let me have a look on the laptop screen. Oh yeah, you guys can see it as well. So just left of center, just above the leftmost of the two sticks seen protruding from the bottom, is the next airplane, and it was flying over Oostgeest just now. So okay, that is about 20-25 kilometers away. Well, one thing we can establish, visibility is good at the moment. And a very gentle touchdown there. Very nice. Even a little bit of a wheelie. Speaking about wheelies, I was listening to the radio this morning, and on the news it was said that somebody in a wheelchair created a new world record for longest wheelie in a wheelchair. So driving on the two hind wheels for 30 kilometers, mind you. That's almost a full marathon. Insane. In the meantime, good morning to Dave A010 and JT Jets, good morning. Bruce, good morning. Jean-Yves, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. So here is the next airplane to arrive. It is an A320 from Air France, flight 1340, inbound from Paris Charles de Gaulle. This is a 17-year-old aircraft that had its first flight in February 2006. Hey Peter P, good day to you. Checking in from down under. It doesn't only look like a nice day, it is a nice day. There's a little bit of wind blowing from the east. This is runway 06 we are now standing along. So these airplanes are landing to the northeast. So there's a little bit of crosswind from the right. The wind isn't blowing too hard. The sun is almost entirely out. There are a few high clouds here and there. Nothing to write home about. Current temperature 10 degrees C. Expected highs of 16 degrees C. Now unfortunately this is not the only runway in use at the moment for arrivals. Runway 36 right is also being used at the moment. Hey Leen, goedemorgen. Hope you're doing well. Drinking my coffee, watching your channel. That makes for an excellent combination, Jean-Yves. And that's a very good question, Kuni. How do you make a wheelie using a unicycle? That would require some special skills, I'd imagine. In the meantime, our next airplane to arrive is an Embraer 195 from LOT, inbound from Warsaw in the Grzeski livery. So let's have a look and see what that looks like. Our trains have a similar look when people graffiti over them. Looks a lot like gravity on the side and a few thingies on the nose. This was an 11-year-old airplane, by the way. First flight was in June 2011. Now the next airplane to arrive is a CRJ from SAS. Let's have a look. Where is it? Can I see it already? Only just. There it is. And that's a very unfortunate weather forecast then, JT Jets. Rain on Thursday. And then, yeah, weather forecasts are never right. So true. Peter says that there is a KLM A380 from Edmonton in 2 minutes. It is flying behind the CRJ, that is number 1. SAS flight 2551, inbound from Copenhagen, where it departed an hour ago. The airplane 12 years old, first flight December 2010. Can we see the A330 already then? We do, we can. The camera focuses on the pole in the foreground. Hey Wendy, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Good to see you again. Bit of a bumpy touchdown. Hey Conrad, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Karsten, also good morning. Checking in from Mulheim. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Now quickly back to the other side because there is an A330 inbound from Edmonton, Canada. Has been airborne now for 8 hours 15 minutes. This airplane, 16 years old, first flight was in November 2006. Oh wow, JT already has to go. Well, too bad mate. Hopefully you can join us at a later stage. If not, enjoy the rest of the day and hopefully see you again soon. And it is nice weather, isn't it, Wendy? Still a bit chilly, but it is set to warm up to 16 degrees over the day, so I think the jackets can go off later in the morning. Well, textbook A330, isn't it? Little wheelie to boot. Buttery smooth. But then again, I think most of the landings with the A330 are very smooth. Really have to think hard if I ever recall having seen an A330 really landing bumpily. Alright, now we'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to arrive. However, we do have our male friends showing their behinds to the Lord. Don't see the lady ducks yet. Haven't seen them yet. Hey Leo, good morning. Checking in from Finland. How's the weather over there? Thought it was still a bit cold over in Scandinavia, but maybe that was a while back already, but I thought it was still a bit chilly over there. Meanwhile, in Spain, they were having almost 40 degrees centigrade temperatures already. Now, nose gear up for the duck, says Jean-Yves. Absolutely. Raining 4+. Well, hopefully we can send some of the sun we are having here today to you guys in Finland. Now, the grouse, I don't see him or her anymore. There were some ducks also further out in the water over there, but I don't see them either. So we'll have to wait a little for the next airplane. Looks like it's going to be a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Norwegian. Looking at the picture, there is a mustached grumpy man on the tail. And Bruce, I think you're right that the lady ducks are still in bed. It is a Sunday after all. You are allowed to sleep in. So, there is a Norwegian 737 MAX 8 underway, inbound from Copenhagen, operated by Norwegian Air Sweden, says Flight Radar. Brand new. Had its first flight February this year. Now I'm looking to see, oh, I think I do see it. Let me have a look if I can show you guys. There it is. So it is now flying towards the glide slope. It's expected to come this way in a straight line after that. Now with the pole in the foreground, the camera will focus on it. Maybe if I minimize it while keeping the airplane in the center as much as possible. Now at the moment I don't see any airplanes flying to the runway that was open as well just now. For now everything, at least in the vicinity of Schiphol, seems to be coming this way. Texas Dreamer, good morning. Checking in from Fort Worth in Texas. You need to sleep, but I'm enjoying the live stream too much. What time is it over there? What's the time difference between Central Europe and Texas? Is that 7 hours or 8 hours? So it's either 1:30 or 2:30 a.m. Seven hours, okay. Yeah, then it is getting a bit late. Well, the upside is that you can also always watch the stream back, but watching it live is of course much more fun. Enables you to look along, watch along on Flight Radar or whatever app you're using. Plus you can interact with the other people. Edvard Munch. Is that the guy that made the picture of the scream? Is that him? That famous painting? And K1 also present. Seems like the VW pickup truck. So if you guys hear any explosions, there's the culprit. Haven't heard any fireworks being set off by the bird controller just yet this morning. Okay, next plane to arrive, EasyJet A320 inbound London Luton, where it left 41 minutes ago. This airplane, 13 years old, first flight June 2009. And after that, another EasyJet A320neo, inbound from that other airport, one of the many other airports London has, Stansted. Reverse thrust being applied there. Even though the wind isn't blowing that hard, you can still hear it probably. So quickly back to the other side with the camera, because there is the A320neo already getting closer and closer. So EasyJet flight 27840 inbound from London Stansted, where it left 32 minutes ago. Really? Seems a bit short. 3 years old, this airplane. First flight was in September 2019. Looking further out, there's an A321 from Vueling coming after this airplane, and after that a Dreamliner from TUI inbound from Curaçao, and if I saw it correctly, another A330 inbound from, I think it was Kuwait City. I haven't learned all the airport abbreviations by heart yet, so wow, that was a very gentle landing. Reversers also audible. Ooh, Stephen has also joined the chat. Good morning, Stephen. Saying that there's also a 747 inbound. That is awesome. As YouTube fan was saying, Air China Cargo 747 from Chengdu in 15 minutes. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that if you need to take a bathroom break or whatever, that you're back in time to see the Queen land. Assuming that it's going to land over here. Now, I haven't seen any planes going to 36 right in the last 10 minutes or so. So it seems that 06 is once again the only runway open for arrivals, but you never know for sure with Schiphol. Schiphol is in that respect as independable as the weather forecasts are. Have to take it with a grain of salt. Very nice and gentle. Then again, you'd expect the pilots to land smoothly under these weather conditions. Not exactly stormy, not exactly gusty, no wind shear or whatever. Visibility good. Okay, so next up, TUI flight 352. This is a Dreamliner inbound from Curaçao, Willemstad, where it left 8 hours and 28 minutes ago, according to flight radar. This Boeing 7878 Dreamliner is 8 years old and had its first flight in March 2015. Hey, good day Adil, and good day to you, Christian. I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. That were a lot of wells. Excellent, excellent. Hey, Tama 100, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Devin, good morning in Chicago, where it is 3 a.m. A lot of US night owls in the chat at the moment. Having trouble sleeping. So next up, KLM flight 460 A330-200 inbound from Kuwait City. This airplane 16 years old. First flight was in July 2006. Left from Kuwait 6 hours and 23 minutes ago. Hey Wilma, goedemorgen. Good to see you again on this early Sunday morning. I'm doing well, thanks. It is lovely weather over here, as it is probably over at your place as well. You can hear the birds chattering. You can see the airplanes right in front of us, so what's not to love? Hey, thanks for the kind words, Adil. So, Suriname plane spotting, night owling even more, where it is 5 a.m. already. That's going to be a short night of sleep then. Good morning, Maxine. Good to see you again, hope you're doing well. Now the next airplane to arrive. Another CRJ from SAS, flight 1553 inbound from Stockholm, and this airplane left there 1 hour 43 minutes ago. The airplane 5 years old, first flight October 2017. We already see the next one. Well, it's coming from the right. Don't see it just yet. An A320neo. And Li Xiaowai Studio says 3 p.m. there. So that is a much better time to be watching a live stream than in the middle of the night. Not that I'm saying you guys shouldn't do it, of course, but getting a proper night of sleep is also very important. But then again, life is all about making choices. Looked like it was flaring a little bit too soon. It stopped descending. Not the smoothest of landings, I would say, but it's not a beauty competition, is it? Now Stephen was mentioning that there is a 747 flying overhead. from San Francisco to Frankfurt. Let me see if I can show you a little bit of it. There it is. Already quite far away and really overhead. In the meantime, the next airplane is also getting closer by. So that would be Sky Express, inbound Heraklion in Greece, where it left 3 hours 37 minutes ago. This airplane, 2 years old, first flight November 2020. Sky Express flight 8250, A320neo. And good evening to you, Paul Jack, from Tessie. I'm assuming you are meaning Tasmania? And thanks for the compliment, Texas Dreamer, saying that AMS Live is a great night owl choice. Well, thanks for choosing AMS Live when you have so much offerings to choose from. Well, that was a very soft and smooth landing by the looks of it. Hey there, Simotra, good morning. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Now, Peter says that there is a 777 from Johannesburg with an ETA of 3 minutes. Before we are going to see the triple, how about we do a 747? Don't see it on flight radar, so no information unfortunately to tell you. Mystery 747. Is that Air China Cargo? Hey Gosse, goedemorgen. Hoe is het, jongen? Kom je even langs? I'm more or less standing in your backyard. Hey Conrad, thanks for the kind words, my friend. So it was Air China Cargo. Lucky guess, I guess. On my flight radar app, it didn't show. The only thing it says is that the Johannesburg inbound 777 is next. So let me at least give you then some background information. Ah, Gosse in Drenthe. Lekker, vakantie vieren. So that explains why while I was sounding the horn as I was passing by in the distance, I didn't get a response. So next inbound 777 inbound from Johannesburg, 777-300 ER. It left Johannesburg, South Africa 10 hours and 23 minutes ago. This airplane is 8 years old, had its first flight in March 2015. Hey Rafa, good morning. Checking in from Spain. I was mentioning 10-15 minutes ago how it was on the news yesterday in the Netherlands that it was so warm already in Spain. Almost 40 degrees centigrade in some places. Hopefully it's not that warm at where you're staying, Rafa. Cannot imagine having to suffer that those temperatures already so early in the year, and then summer has yet to arrive. Okay, well Tina, it's been a pleasure to have you around. Hopefully I will see you again during one of the later streams. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully we'll meet again soon. Hey Paul, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And Peppy Pittel, herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Always checking in from Innsbruck, Austria. So the next airplane we are awaiting will be an EasyJet A320neo flight 28674. It's almost like you're saying a phone number, so many digits. Inbound from London Gatwick, where it left 38 minutes ago. This airplane, 3 years old, first flight October 2019. And thanks Simotra, who remarks good sound. For those of you new to the channel, yesterday I upgraded my shotgun mic. I had a Rode Video Mic Go 2 before, but while it is a good microphone, it wasn't really built for windy conditions outside, I think, because every time there was a slight breeze you would get crackling, even when using a furry dead cat, which I always have on. In fact, I also have it on my new microphone, which is a bit longer, so if I zoom out fully you can see the fluff just over there. I've upgraded to a Sennheiser MKE 600 shotgun mic, and as you guys can see, there's also a furry dead cat that I bought with it. And so far I've been pleased. Yesterday, first stream with the new microphone, also with a dedicated XLR connector. So a balanced connector should also mitigate noise and other unwanted sounds. And Rafa is in Malaga. Well, Malaga is already warm relative to the rest of Spain all year round because of its location to the south. So it's probably, yeah, warm temperatures already. I feel for you, my friend. Has to be difficult to keep your head cool when it's so warm already so soon. Devin really has to go to sleep now. Well, thanks for joining us, Devin. Sleep well, and hopefully we'll meet again sometime soon. Stephen says that there is another 747 33 minutes out, one of the Suparnas. The other 747 that we saw land just now. Taxiing to its parking place. For those of you unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, the cargo area is alongside runway 0624, so the runway that the airplanes are now landing on and where I'm standing along, or at least at the threshold. Here Dinata, one of the, well, you can already see the many cargo packages and whatnot standing there. At the moment no other airplanes are parked. Normally you would see a couple of triples and a few 747s. A couple of logistics companies are on this side of the runway, so the Air China cargo is going to park there. We'll probably see them unloading the airplane in a few minutes. And on the other side of the airfield, or of the runway I should say, there's also a parking for cargo airplanes. Now unfortunately there's a mound of sand in the foreground because of being, yeah, I think it's construction that they perform over there, but you can see a tail behind it. Looks to be a tail of a 747, but too hard for me to say with certainty. Seems quiet over there as well, so that's good news, because that means that the freighters will have to arrive, and that means that there's a chance that we are going to see them arrive. Now at the moment flight radar doesn't show any immediately inbound traffic, so let's just see how quickly they are going to unload this 747. I am keeping an eye out for inbound traffic. I think there is a 737 arriving from Tel Aviv. Oh yeah, in fact now always a bit difficult. Have to get focus first on the ground. Well, you guys probably see it, but working with a 3-inch camera screen, well, the traffic was visible. I saw it flying by just now, so it's just a matter of time. So Steven says 4 more heavies over the North Sea towards Amsterdam. Excellent. So we are just waiting for the next airplane to arrive. Probably going to be the LL 737 now. He saw that I was starting to point the camera down and immediately dived under. Let's see where it's going to re-emerge. They can also swim a distance underwater, so I have to zoom out a little. Oh, that is really far away. Oh, going under again. The nut duck. One of the nut ducks, I shall call them. Now, where is it? It is really like duck hunting. Ah, further out once again. Well, it was swimming right in front of me just now, but yeah, and there it goes under again. And each time it goes under, it re-emerges 15 meters away. So after having shown their behind to the Lord, they now are resting. Haven't seen any other ducks yet. Also, the grouse that I saw earlier during the stream hasn't shown itself again. Okay, well, It seems that the LL is going to be number 2, and first we are going to see a Dreamliner inbound from Cartagena. In the meantime, almost forgot to say Goedemorgen Rainer. With a lot of coffee. That's always a good combination, coffee and AMS live. Let me turn around the camera already. I think I can see the Dreamliner in the distance. Turning final onto the glide slope. Further out, KLM flight 749. 7879 Dreamliner inbound from Cartagena, where it departed 9 hours 4 minutes ago. This airplane 5 years old, first flight August 2017. And Marius, goedemorgen. Watching the stream on TV in Apeldoorn in the east of the country, well, further to the east. And Christian asks, can you show the towers at the runway 18? What towers are you referring to? Could you be a bit more specific? I can show you what I can show you over here, but I don't recall having seen any towers along the runway. So you're probably referring to specific buildings. Eddie de Pauw says, good morning from Almere. Goedemorgen. Alles goed? Probably as sunny over there as it is over here. Now I think for now we are still expecting all inbound traffic to arrive on this runway. I haven't seen any traffic land on 36 right in the last 20 or so minutes. Hey, guten Morgen Florian. Herzlich willkommen. And Kaliland also says good morning to you. Where might you be from? Now that was a very lovely landing indeed. Also here, reverse thrust for a little bit. Though by the sound of it they didn't apply a lot. Right, now next up, and we can see the plane behind it as well already. Next up is the LL Tel Aviv inbound 737-900. Left Tel Aviv 4 hours 42 minutes ago. This airplane 9 years old. First flight September 2013. And we'll have a few narrow bodies behind it. An Embraer 190, Boeing 737-800. And then it is probably going to be a bit more heavy with heavies. Henky, goedemorgen. En PPTT Cureboy, Klaas is back. Goedemorgen. Asking how my King's Day was. Well, I did a stream in the beginning of the day before going out. Went to the Hema to get me some tompoes pastries. After having gotten home and had lunch and coffee, went over to an uncle and aunt to grab a cup of tea and catch up with them, have the tompoes pastries, and that was basically my King's Day. Well, meanwhile, look what just swam around the corner. Now, quickly back to the air traffic. The next airplane is already getting closer by. Clearly recognizable as an Embraer from KLM. This one inbound from Prague in the Czech Republic, where it left an hour and 14 minutes ago. This airplane, 13 years old, had its first flight in January 2010. Hey Lance, good morning. Is it Lance or is it Lance, by the way? Something I was wondering later. I'm saying Lance as American Lance Armstrong, but could also be Lance, of course. Good to see you again. Just in time for the heavies. Hey Rolf Kranenborg, goedemorgen. Good to see you. So far the weekend has been a blast, with a lot of sunshine and a lot of airplanes and a few ducks. Just the right combination, well balanced. So 737 inbound Berlin. That was a very gentle touchdown. No doubt about it. Michelle asks if the place where I'm standing at is reachable by car. Well, you can get near to it, but you have to walk the last bit. There is a street, I think it is called Aalsmeerseweg, because Steven Oskam was asking about me last time I was standing here, and I had looked it up last time afterwards, and I think it's called Aalsmeerderweg. There are a few houses and a few companies. If you go there during weekdays, it's full because of people parking there, but during the weekends you can park along the side of the road on both sides easily. Then you have to walk a bit along a road where there is no cycling path or pedestrian path, so you have to be careful not to get hit by cars. But it's definitely doable to get close by car. Always nice to see that when the spoilers deploy, you will immediately see the flex vanish from the wings of the Dreamliner. Lance with an A in USA and Australia. Lawrence in South UK, like Bath or Barth, Glass or Grass. Okay, I will refer to you then as Lance, which is probably the most appropriate way to pronounce it. So, in the meantime, Eduardo says good morning probably, checking in from Quito in Ecuador, where it is still early. So let's have a look. First up is an EasyJet A319 inbound from Birmingham, 17 years old. First flight March 2006. After that we are going to see Delta Airlines Flight 48, an A330-300 that is inbound from New York JFK. Now, for those of you tuning in earlier in the beginning of the stream, there was a grouse walking around, and I'm still looking every now and then to see if I can still spot it, because it was a very lovely sight to behold. But I think it's hidden away again, and since it left, it didn't reappear anymore, hasn't shown its face again. So, this airplane left New York JFK 6 hours 45 minutes ago, 7 years old, had its first flight in April 2016. After this, A330 will be a Dreamliner from TUI inbound from Cancun. Yeah, textbook A330 landing, very gentle. PPTT Cure Boy asking, but I understood you can't watch from Rosenberg anymore. Well, define Rosenberg, because if you're referring to the old Spottersplatz, that one is closed, has been for a long time. There are also a lot of people still standing here with their camera lenses just to do regular photography, so this place over here is still very much in use, although it is not an official place. So, TUI flight 511 Boeing 7878 Dreamliner inbound from Cancun, where it left 9 hours and 11 minutes ago. This airplane, 8 years old, first flight November 2014. Also notice how the flaperons, so the moving bits just behind the engines, work as spoilers when the spoilers get deployed, but go back into the flap configuration. Well, flaperon, of course, because part aileron, part flap configuration when the spoilers get lowered again. You don't see that additional functionality on, for instance, the 777. It's a very specific upgrade of the flaperon functionality on the Dreamliner. Next up, KLM flight 644 inbound New York JFK, 6 hours and 34 minutes underway, a 787-10 Dreamliner, 3 years old. First flight December 2019. As soon as the spoilers go up, boom, it's gone, the curvature, the flex in the wings. Dreamliner and Dreamliner. Okay, so what is coming next? Looks like British Airways flight 430 A320 inbound from London Heathrow, left 44 minutes ago, and the airplane 20 years old. First flight June 2002. After that we are going to see a KLM Boeing 737-700, the smallest of the 737 family. And after that, a Turkish A330. Well, Lance, if the Grouse would fancy the new microphone Fluffy as a potential mate, then it wouldn't have been so shy, unfortunately. So maybe it thinks that I'm a hunter. After all, we did see one of the non-ducks, as I shall refer to them, immediately diving underwater as soon as I was lowering the camera to try to get it into the picture. Yeah, and I'm still looking around, but I still don't see it, unfortunately. Now, Jan Hendrik says that there is a 747 expected in a few minutes. That's very good news. That would be the second queen of the day. Yesterday, unfortunately, there were a few departures that we didn't get to see because of runway usage. A 747 that departed from 09, and the same happened with the A380. Very gentle. A little bit of reverse thrust. Soviet SSR asks, what is Amsterdam airport code? Well, it's either EHAM, EHAM, Echo, Hotel, Alpha, Marie, or AMS, Alpha Mike Sierra, Mike of course, yeah. A330 Turkish inbound from Istanbul. Okay, looking at flight radar, I see that there is some traffic now going to 36 right as well. At least, oh, that's a private jet. Okay, so probably the most of the commercial jets will still be coming here. Next up, Croatia Airlines flight 450. Airbus A319 inbound from Zagreb, where it left an hour and 48 minutes ago, and this aircraft is 11 years old, had its first flight in March 2012. After that, an A319 yet again inbound from Milan, EasyJet, A320, then a 777 inbound from Cape Town. Ooh, and I see that the 747 from Suparna is now flying over the city of Amsterdam, 7,000 feet. So looking behind me, we should be able to see it. Let me see if I can spot it already after the Croatia Airlines Airbus has touched down. I think I have it. I think I have a visual. Come on. There we go. I spy with my little eye. Oh, that's lost it again. There it is. There is the Suparna flying at 7,000 feet. Basically on the downwind part of the traffic pattern. Now, from the big bird to the somewhat smaller bird. So yeah, the Suparna we'll see in 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, ZK Aviation is greeting from New Zealand. Good evening to you. And Gav checking in. Love AM. Well, good morning, Gav, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Glad you're enjoying. And Norbert says that the weather in Berlin is the same. Hey Rick, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope you're doing well. And Sandeepa Roy, hello to you. How are you? I'm doing fine. We are seeing more back-to-back traffic at the moment. KLM flight 598 777-300ER inbound from Cape Town, where it left 11 hours and 10 minutes ago. This airplane relatively new, 2 years old, first flight December 2020. We all love that sound. There's something about the 777-300s that make their engine sounds even better, I think. They do have bigger engines, if I recall correctly. GE 9115B or something like that. In the meantime, Volker checking in from Nairobi in Kenya. Good day to you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. All other viewers who have in the meantime joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boyd. This is Kaagbaan Arrivals, runway 06 at the moment. Most traffic, if not all, is coming to this runway to arrive. We have a few narrow bodies back to back now. 2 Boeing 737s, the first one from KLM inbound Paris Charles de Gaulle. That is a small 700, 13 years old, departed from Paris 44 minutes ago. Behind it is another 737 from Transavia, inbound from Olbia, where it left an hour and 59 minutes ago. That is an 800. After that, number 3 is an A320neo. Was another very gentle landing. Hey. Another deep diver just re-emerging. There you go. Diving under again. And floating back up again. Beautiful. The Transavia 737 visible, and well, the camera has a bit of difficulty. There is the next one, the Neo. Folks, if you guys are liking what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, do consider subscribing to the channel. When you do, make sure to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live again, you receive a heads up and can join us once again if you have the time for it and are feeling like it. Major upside for me from you subscribing is that it helps the algorithm of YouTube to reach more people that are also into live aviation streams such as you and me. Next up, A320neo, Sky Express, flight 7100, inbound from Zakynthos, where it left 3 hours 12 minutes ago. And this is a 2-year-old airplane, had its first flight in October 2020. Behind it is going to be the Suparna 747, inbound from Nanjing. So I won't be following this airplane too long. Down boy, down boy. Looked like the pilot from this airplane too began the flare a little too early. Right, Queen number 2. The Suparna 747-400 we saw approach just now on flight level 7,000 feet. Let's call it that. Suparna Airlines inbound from Nanjing. This airplane is a 747-400 that is 25 years old and had its first flight in January 1998. Departed from Nanjing 11 hours and 16 minutes ago. Beautiful, buttery smooth. Of course, you'd expect nothing less under weather conditions such as these, but rumble of the reverse thrust being applied. Wonderful. Now this is a cargo airplane, so obviously it's going to come back this way and either join the other 747 that was parked on the left hand side, or maybe park on the right hand side. I think Suparna 747, so far I've seen them parked on the right hand side, so probably out of view, being blocked by the mound of sand in the foreground. We'll see. For now, that was the arrival of the second queen of the day. In the meantime, Leysieffer and Peter Schutte, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are all doing well. Ooh, the same thing. Went down, seemed to go up again, and then down again. Interesting. Soviet SSR, are you getting a non-skippable ad during the live stream now? If that's the case, I'll have to look into the settings of YouTube, because that's not supposed to happen. That is very unfortunate. If that was the case, then apologies. Okay. That is odd. Thanks for mentioning it. I will have to look into that, because that was not supposed to be happening. Something new, that during live streams you can also have ads. Well, if you have them afterwards, that's one thing, but okay. Well, people, keep me informed if you do get mid-roll ads during the live stream itself. Do mention it in the chat. I will have a look at it in the settings afterwards. I don't want any advertisements during the stream when live. Right, so I think I have spotted the first lady duck, and it's mama duck, the little ducklings, or at least one of them. Two. I think she had 3 or 4 a week ago. I see 3 at least. 3 little ducklings. Or maybe she had 3. Oh wait, no, there's a 4th one on the left hand side. You have to look closely, but really along the edge in the middle of the screen. Happy to see that the ducklings are still doing well by the looks of it. Now this Azzurro we all recognize instantaneously. ITA Airways. And doesn't it look beautiful when the sun is shining on it from the right? It is a good looking livery, I have to say. All right. So, if you guys also like the ITA Airways livery, well, don't go away. The number 2 is going to be another ITA Airways. But we are first getting interrupted by a 737 from KLM, the other Azzurro that we call Blau. Nice to do a color comparison. ITA Airways, KLM, then ITA Airways again. I mean, KLM blue is beautiful, but if you look at how the 737 looked just now compared to the ITA Airways blue, it looks a bit faded away, as if it has been in the sun for too long. Now in the bottom left hand corner you can already see the next airplane after the ITA Airways A320neo. That is, by the way, inbound from Rome. Let's see, brand new. First flight in March this year. Now can the camera regain focus? It cannot. So do the down up trick again. ITA Airways flight 108 inbound Rome. After that, Delta Airlines A350-900 inbound from Atlanta. So first, another look at the beautiful blue, the Azzurro, and the Italian tricolore on the tail. Yeah, as much as I like KLM blue, I think I like the ITA Airways blue better. Oh, and there is a takeoff from 09, I would think. Right. Lance, I think you might be right. I think there are people that think that KLM might be out blued, and I think I might be one of them. So, time for a few heavies. The first one, Delta Airlines flight 74 inbound from Atlanta, Georgia, where it left 7 hours and 40 minutes ago. A350-900, 3 years old, first flight June 2019. After that we are going to see a KLM Dreamliner inbound from Canada, but first up, A350 time. Just the silhouette with the sunglasses look, cockpit windows and the curved winglets. Beautiful. Very nice. Hey Bart, goedemorgen. Alles goed jongen? Now the grouse still hiding in the grass. Haven't seen it. I hope that it re-emerges again so that I can show you guys. For now we'll have to make do with the KLM Dreamliner that we see approach. KLM flight 696 inbound from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 43 minutes underway. This airplane, 5 years old, first flight July 2017. Toronto, isn't that in Ontario? Ask that very carefully because my topography is not that good. Little application of the reverse thrust. Bij mij is het lekker, Bart. Out here in the sun. Do have a lot of mosquitoes over here, but so far they haven't bitten me or haven't bothered me too much. But if I look up, I do see them flying overhead. But yeah, the weather is nice. Also a lot of other plane spotters over here, further out. Really a hot spot for photographers, particularly on Sunday when it's more easy to park your car further up. Oh, I was having the airplane in sight, then I lost it again. There it is again. Yeah, the lovely runway mosquitoes. The ducklings further up, they eat away at them, but they still have their work cut out for them. Inbound next, 777-200 from United, inbound from San Francisco. 777-200 ER, departed from San Francisco almost 10 hours ago. This airplane is 21 years old, had its first flight in December 2001. Huh. So is that manual application of the spoilers then, because you saw that they were half open for a minute and then they fully deployed? I always thought that they set it to auto and then as soon as the main landing gear touches down they fully get deployed, but it seemed like this was a manual operation of some sort. If anybody is out there who knows more about this, do let me know. Maybe other people are curious to see to learn as well. Stroopwafel, goedemorgen. Could do with a little stroopwafel and a cup of coffee, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it. I only have water with me at the moment, and even then you have to be careful that you don't let it set in the sun, otherwise you'll have tea water instead of cold water. Scare mosquitoes. I wonder how you could scare the mosquitoes away. Hey Mats, good morning. And Trekkerspot says, they keep coming. Are you referring to the airplanes or the mosquitoes, or both? Either way, the airplanes keeping on coming is not something that I think most people will have trouble with, at least not the visitors of this channel. Maybe people living alongside Schiphol think differently about it. So Toronto Airport is at a place called Mississauga. Probably mispronounced it. Mississauga. Also depends on where the accents are in that name. But it's better than the Welsh names for places. There's this one famous clip on YouTube where a weather reporter pronounces the longest Welsh name . They're totally, but I think that they're even difficult to pronounce for thoroughbred Brits. Mississauga. I'll have to look that up one day. Okay, so there's now an Embraer 175 inbound from Nuremberg that is flying final on 36 right. So they have reopened it again for arrivals, which means that not all air traffic inbound is coming to this runway. Is that a shame? Well, could be, but during this time of day a lot of the inbound heavies from the United States and Canada are arriving, so they are Yorkshire. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's exactly what I was referring to, Yorkshire. Try saying that even as a Brit. I think not a lot of people can do that. Exactly, impossible for non-Welsh to pronounce, period. Whether you're British or a different native speaker, doesn't matter. You wonder whoever came up with the language and place names like that. So at the moment we are awaiting the next airplane to arrive. It's going to be KLM flight 1002, 737-800 inbound from London Heathrow, where it departed 35 minutes ago. This airplane, 23 years old. Let me zoom in a little so you guys can see it a bit better. 23 years old, first flight June 1999. And Peppy Pittle, if you're watching still, one of the next airplanes is going to be a Transavia 737 that departed from your home airport not too long ago, an hour and 10-15 minutes or so ago, judging from own experience. If you ever get the chance to, definitely take a flight into or out of Innsbruck Airport in Tyrol in Austria. The arrival, the final stages, beautiful. You fly between the mountains, below the level of the peaks, so actually between the mountains in the in valley. And if you arrive from the east, you'll also first fly over the city of Innsbruck, at which stage you will be very low above the ground. Innsbruck is not a very big city. Maybe in some countries you would even call it a big town. So passing over the city only takes a few minutes and is the final stages of the arrival, but really unique, really beautiful. Okay, that was a rejected takeoff, I think. So that is a hoon, I don't know, chasing away a lady duck. Is that mama duck or? Well, who knows? Now, the next airplane to arrive. Visible in the distance already. Just about, if my camera can keep it in focus, would be KLM Flight 636 in the 100 years livery, inbound from Las Vegas, where it departed 9 hours 40 minutes ago. This airplane is a Dreamliner of the 787-10 model, the biggest one of the bunch, 3 years old, had its first flight in June 2019. Francois Botha, tuning in from South Africa. Greetings to you back. In South Africa, as is the case for all the Aussies and Kiwis that are watching, fall is upon you. Although I imagine that fall in South Africa is still warmer than spring over here in the Netherlands. What are the current daytime temperatures over there? Just wondering. Peter K says that the A380 from Dubai is expected in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Now flying in the vicinity of Bucharest. Thought it was expected indeed. I looked earlier and it said ETA 1:15 p.m. Nice application of the thrust reversers there. Hey there, David. Happy Sunday to you too. Welcome to the channel and hope you're doing well. All the other viewers who have in the meantime joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you're new to the channel, this is Schiphol Airport. We are standing in the vicinity of the threshold of runway 06, currently one of the 2 runways in use for arrivals. At the moment, the sun is out, mostly blue skies, a few high clouds here and there, but overall sunny. Bit of wind is blowing from the east. What wind there is, it's not a whole lot. Currently approximately low double-digit temperatures in centigrade, so approximately 50 or so, I think. It is warming up. Now these airplanes are approaching in northwesterly direction, so that means that there is going to be a little bit of crosswind from the right, but it's only a few knots of wind in total, so that's why you see mostly smooth landings at the moment, because, well, it's not calm per se, but it is close to calm weather at the moment. There's exactly 0% chance of precipitation for today. The temperature highs for today expected to be around 16 degrees centigrade, so that would be 62-ish Fahrenheit. Now, I'm standing in a grass field alongside a body of water, a little canal, and on occasion you can see ducks and also some ducks chilling in the grass. We saw that yesterday too. I think I might be zoomed in too much. Yeah, totally missed them. And there was a grouse in the grass over here. I kid you not, this is not just a dumb rhyme, but there actually was a grouse. You can look it back in the first 10 minutes or so of the stream, and it was in the vicinity of this yellow pole. I think it might be hiding in the bushes behind it, but I keep checking back regularly to see if I can show you guys this bird, because it was really pretty. Nice. Gentle touchdown. And Arbor Glinchy says, nice weather, definitely. Bit similar to what we had yesterday, although we did have more clouds in the afternoon, I feel. Yeah, looking around me, there do seem to be some high clouds in the distance, but not too many. Marcel Max asks, I saw 2 ducks, do you have your stone? Well, I really don't fancy killing birds off, even if it might be bringing good luck. But I did bring a couple of bricks with me. In fact, I always carry a few bricks with me to weigh down my laptop tent, so that under windy conditions it stays stable and everything within it also doesn't get blown over. So I do actually go about with 2 bricks when I go streaming. I kid you not. Tamo100 says, you are expert on Dunglish. Well, thank you so much. I do my best. So, there is another airplane coming in. It is KLM flight 1072. It is an E2 Embraer 195 inbound from Manchester, where it left 48 minutes ago. This airplane, 2 years old, had its first flight in February 2021. Just pinching out, zooming out, pinching a little on the flight radar app. Okay, there is another A330 closing in. Another 737 after this Embraer first. Oh, and the temperature over there where Peter K is residing is already a bit higher than it is over here. Slovakia, if I'm not mistaken, right? If I recall correctly from yesterday. Yeah, Rick, the engines on those E2 Embraer 195s are something. If they work. Extremely big. I wonder which aircraft has the biggest engine diameter to fuselage the smallest ratio of engine diameter to fuselage diameter. I think the Embraer E2 195 might be the winner. So first up is going to be a Transavia 737-800 inbound from Mahon. Where is that? Nihon, not Nihon, but Mahon. So Nihon is Japan in Dutch. So is Mahon the opposite of Nihon, and will it translate then instead of to Japan to Nippon in Dutch? Wow, that's a complex effort at trying to be witty that probably only the Dutchies half understand, so forget what I was saying. This is Transavia flight 5472. It is a 737-800 inbound from Mahon, where it left 1 hour and 54 minutes ago. This airplane, 6 years old, first flight May 2016. After that we are going to see an Airbus A330-300 inbound from Bonaire from KLM. And Tomo says that Mahon is in the Baleares. Ah, Menorca, right. One of the Balearic Islands. Is that only a 2-hour flight? Okay. You guys can probably tell that I've never been to Menorca. Otherwise I would have known where Mahon was located. Okay, A330 time. And the next airplane on the left already visible. That would be an Embraer 190 inbound from Southampton. First up, KLM flight 765. This is an A330-300 inbound from Bonaire, where it left 8 hours 45 minutes ago. This airplane, 11 years old, had its first flight in February 2012. Patrick asks if there are a lot of mosquitoes. Well, there are definitely a few. If I look above me, you can see them hovering. Nice landing. And in the meantime, in front of me, Mama Duck and all her ducklings. At least 3 of the 4. Probably one reconnaissance duckling swimming ahead of the pack. Minesweeper duckling. Where's that? Another mama duck. Are there several? Lovely sight to see. Okay, so next up, Embraer 190 inbound from Southampton. Pulletjes indeed, Peter. Almost forgotten that they call the ducklings pulletjes in Dutch. So this is KLM flight 916, Embraer 190 inbound from Southampton, where it departed from 43 minutes ago. This airplane, 13 years old, had its first flight in March 2010. Just checking to see. Oh, there are a few more heavies underway. Further out. A couple are flying over the east side of the United Kingdom, so right, now back to the camera. Hey Nelly, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hope you're doing well on this sunny Sunday. Now we'll have to wait a few more minutes for the next arriving airplane. Seems that it's going to be another Embraer 190 from KLM inbound from Dublin, and oh, 2 more Embraer 190s. Still no sight of the grouse, mama duck and the ducklings further out. In the meantime, also some duck activity on the other side. So the gentleman ducks have awoken. So we have several lady ducks with ducklings, because here is also a duck with smaller ducklings by the looks of it, smaller than the ones we saw just now on the other side of the border. Hey Samantha, goedemorgen. Checking in from Ridderkerk. Now, also, it's still a bit further out. We also See some birds over there. I think these are non-ducks. Now, is this Papa duck? Who knows? He is swimming after Mama duck and the two ducklings. Nice how they can pull a little sprint and accelerate so suddenly. Right. Embraer 190 time. Hey, Dutch Brian, checking in from Urmond in Limburg, the south of the country. Probably a bit warmer over there than it is over here. That's almost always the case. Lisa F, good morning. Ali B58, good day to you. So, we're waiting for a 777 that is approaching but is being preceded by two Embraer 190s. Think in the distance we can see the 777 heading towards the glide slope. Well, the pole in the foreground is where the camera focuses on, but it is coming. Lisa F says Cargolux 747 inbound from Nairobi, ETA 12:30, so that is in an hour and 10 minutes from now. Also an Air Canada 777-300 coming, according to Luca, who also keeps us informed of what's coming next. Now first this Embraer 190 inbound from Edinburgh, and after that 777 inbound from Curacao. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen. Well, if I go home from over here, I would take the A4 highway and take the exit at Sassel North. So I probably would be bypassing a lot of the crowdiness to the Keukenhof today. Although maybe, yeah, no. I think I will be good taking that route. Or take an exit earlier and drive home via the Kanaalstraat Bridge. I'll have a look on the ANWB app. No, Google Maps. The route it proposes. That's the upside, that they also take into consideration how busy it is on the roads these days. So this is an 8-year-old 777-300ER inbound from Curaçao. Isn't that music to your ears? If you like what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, do consider subscribing to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't cost you a thing, and it greatly helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Plus it enables you the possibility to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up. You can join us if you have the time for it and are feeling like it. So we are now waiting for two 737-800s that are inbound. The first one from KLM, inbound from Paris Charles de Gaulle. 24 years old, that airplane. First flight January 1999. The second one from Transavia, inbound from Ibiza. And that is a 5-year-old airplane. First flight April 2018. Zooming a bit out. No heavies just yet in the vicinity, but there are two triples that are over the North Sea, making their way over here to the Netherlands, in between the UK and mainland Europe. So they won't be long before they will be in the vicinity. They are more than likely going to land on this runway. Obviously, it would be even better if Schiphol decided to close runway 36 right again and make 06 the only runway for arrivals. But we probably won't be that lucky. Although it never hurts to do a little prayer. There is a lot of traffic inbound, so... Or is it still... Let's have a look. Just checking the current runway usage app. Yeah, it says that 36 right is still also open together with 06. Unfortunately. Well, Mosquitoes have so far kept their distance, and rightly so. So there are a lot of mosquitoes, you guys are seeing that correctly, but they're flying in the vicinity and not trying to eat me alive, fortunately. Now, let's have a look. Well, interestingly enough, flight radar is empty for the time being. The next airplane to arrive might be an A320neo that is now flying over the Kaag Lake area. So the lakes after which this runway is called. Kaagbaan. Little village of De Kaag also over there. And those waters are called in Dutch the Kagerplassen. Kaag Lake District, if you will. Although that is not the literal translation. So, first bottle of water down the drain, down my throat I should say. Marius has to go already. Going to baseball with his daughter. Well, you guys enjoy. Have a nice Sunday. It's been a pleasure having you around again, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. I hope to see you again soon. So, on the waterfront it is still relatively quiet. Only two lady ducks by the looks of it over there. In the meantime, almost forgot that we saw this Air China Cargo 747 land earlier in the stream. Still loading and unloading going on over there. In the meantime, traffic to the Kaagbaan seems to be picking up somewhat. I will be turning around the camera in a moment for the Air Malta A320neo that is arriving from Malta, where it left 2 hours 56 minutes ago. The airplane, 4 years old, had its first flight in May 2018. Nothing to fault on that landing. And just about visible visually because the landing lights just went on, but still a bit hard for me to focus the camera on because it's still too far out, is an Embraer 190 that's going to be next to arrive. It is our favorite German Airways livery. It is the Chocolaterie Leysieffer. Yeah, chocolate livery. What else to call it? Inbound from Stavanger. KLM flight 1198 is what it's saying on flight radar. But it is German Airways that is flying in. I think they only have one of these, because each time I check the registration it says DAPRI. So I think there might be one that just frequently visits Amsterdam. 15-year-old aircraft, first flight January 2008. After that we are going to see a Pegasus A321neo inbound from Istanbul, and that is a brand new aircraft, almost celebrating its first birthday. Had its first flight in May 2022. Now in the meantime, the airplane is getting a bit closer by. Now instead of an orange Pride livery, you could go for a Gouda cheese semi-yellow, semi-blue KLM cheesy livery, perhaps. I mean, if you combine orange and blue, why not yellow and blue? Or maybe instead of Gouda, make it a bit cheddary or orange-like. Application of the reverse thrust there. All in all, a very solid landing. Still checking in this area if I am seeing that grouse, but still haven't been able to see it again after it showed itself in the beginning. Now, I'm not lying, there really is a grouse over there. And if you have a look, if you look back the first 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes, I actually zoom in on it. If you are doubting if I'm making things up, there is an actual grouse over there. Anyway, Pegasus Air inbound from Istanbul. A321neo, and it's being followed by an EasyJet A320neo. Peter K asks how many insects fly there. Well, actually looking above me right now, there aren't any. Seems like they have flown away. Although you do see them every now and then on occasion flying in front of the camera lens. you easily get the impression that there are more insects flying over here than there actually are, because now really looking over me I just see one or two. So apparently they decided that I wasn't so tasty after all, and they went over for a different target. So this is an EasyJet A320neo in the Neo livery that we are now awaiting, inbound from Prague in the Czech Republic. Also brand new. This airplane had its first flight in December 2022, and this airplane left Prague an hour and 13 minutes ago. And I have to agree, Yorkshire biker, that cheese is indeed one of the best foods. I still have a piece of blue Stilton infused with port that is always available in the supermarkets in the Netherlands around Christmas in my freezer. And I want to get out later in the year when I feel I could go for some nice little cheese on a bit of toast. That has to be one of the most tasty cheeses that I ever have eaten. Although I have to say that Camembert with Calvados cognac, I think it is also very tasty. Tastes wonderful on bread or on a piece of toast, although eating it on a nice crispy roll, really amazing. So 2 planes. Let's focus on the first one first. German Airways, although it says KL 1986. Oh, and now there are a lot of flies again in front of the camera, or mosquitoes I should say. This one inbound from Basel, where it left 17, no, not 17, the airplane is 17 years old, had its first flight in January 2006. Okay, so I apparently jinxed the mosquito situation over here by saying that there were hardly any left, because they are now back again in full strength. Anyway, 2 triples coming up, ladies and gentlemen. The first one already visible over here, KLM flight 758 inbound Panama City 777-300ER that left Panama City 9 hours 28 minutes ago. This airplane is 6 years old, had its first flight in January 2017. And Yorkshire biker, you better believe it, those 2 cheeses, blue Stilton with port and the Camembert with Calvados, if you ever get the chance. Now, if you also have crackers with sea salt and oregano, put the cheese on that. It is a feast for the senses. Hi there, Pedro S. Michael Jackson, good day to you. Welcome back. And Doors Player, remember me, I'm here again. Of course, how could we forget? So, next up, Air Canada Flight 808, another 777 inbound from Toronto. 777-300ER, left Toronto 6 hours 46 minutes ago. This airplane, 14 years old, had its first flight in February 2009. Now, if that sounded like music to your ears, you want to hear more tunes like that, make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Turn on notifications. I'm going out several times a week. Make sure that you get notified and join us again for more action from the ever-bustling Schiphol Airport. Right now, we've seen two 777s back to back, two 777-300s arriving. Seems that there are narrow bodies coming in. For now, looking further out on the North Sea, I can see that there's a TUI Dreamliner inbound and also another Delta A330-300 inbound from Detroit. But first, let's see, a 737-800 from Turkish, arriving from Istanbul. Operated by Anadolu Jet. Departed 3 hours and 17 minutes ago from Istanbul. This airplane is 23 years old, had its first flight in August 1999. Hey, Danny Rules, also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Goedemorgen. Bit bumpy. Or bumpy, at least. Still a lot of vertical speed during touchdown. I like the sound of that, David. AMS Cheese Festival. That would be the day. Well, next up is an Embraer 190 inbound from Aberdeen, KLM flight 1442. Left from Aberdeen an hour and 7 minutes ago. This airplane 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012. So just wondering, earlier during the stream there was some discussion about whether or not people were seeing not ads midstream that you could not skip. Has this been cited more often, or is it just one person who saw it? AOV dog, thank you so much for your super chat. Did someone say cheese? Well, you're watching a live stream based in the Netherlands. What do you think? Of course. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate the super chat. Really, thank you. And Amelie says, nope, I don't see ads. Paul Usher as well. Oh, but Paul is using premium. Okay, yeah, that might also make a difference. Any users out there not using YouTube Premium that are having mid-roll ads during my live stream at the moment? Do let me know, because that's something that I specifically do not want. Putting ads in midstream after it's no longer live is one thing, but commercial breaks when you're actually standing in the field being live is something that I don't aspire to offer you guys. Okay, well, if anybody does see ads midstream that doesn't use premium, do let me know in the chat. I would very much like to know if this is something that several people are experiencing or if it was just a one-off instance. Next up, KLM flight 1904. It is an Embraer 175 inbound from Hanover, where it left 44 minutes ago. The airplane we're about to see is 6 years old and had its first flight in July 2016. Oh. Okay. Are a few airplanes flying high in the sky. We did have a nice conjunction of two quad-engined heavies. It's really hard to see the contrails on my little... Ah yeah, there it is. Let me see, what is this? This also... Well, this is already the most I can zoom in. They really have to fly overhead. But we had a nice conjunction of what was it again? An A340 600 flying to the west, and an Emirates A380 flying to the east. Now this is a TUI Fly Dreamliner 7878 flight 383 inbound from Bonaire, where it left 8 hours and 30 minutes ago. This airplane is 8 years old, had its first flight in May 2014. Okay, Wendy, thank you for the information. That's exactly what it should be like. No ads midstream when live, only ad breaks when you watch it after the live stream is over. But regardless, I will check the settings again when I get home, just to make sure nothing unwanted happens. Hey Amy, good morning from Canada. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Still early in the morning probably. Next up is Delta Airlines flight 136. This is another A330-300 that is inbound from Detroit, Michigan. A little more to the left. There we go. So this airplane, A330-300, left Detroit. What is it? 7 hours and 21 minutes ago. The airplane, 16 years old, first flight was in April 2007. Hey Sasha Aipasa, goedemiddag. Is it afternoon already? Almost. You're allowed to say good afternoon then. Yeah, unfortunately the flying insects are not on the fly radar. They fly below the radar, so to speak. But they are abundant. Although looking up right now, I don't see them anymore. But they are on occasion in front of the camera lens. And Peter K says there was Magma Aviation from Frankfurt to Chicago. That is the A340-600 that we saw overhead yesterday. Bit of a wheelie. The initial touchdown was did seem to be a little hard, but as the rest of the main landing gear touched the ground, it did seem like a more controlled landing. Firecreeper21 saying, wow, wonderful pictures. Thank you so much, my friend. I do my best to provide you the best pictures and the best sound I can. Next up, a TUI flight Boeing 737 MAX 8 inbound from Ibiza, where it left 2 hours and 9 minutes ago. This airplane, this MAX 8, is 4 years old, had its first flight in January 2019. Now Hunter, I have no idea yet what time I'm going to go out tomorrow. I think a morning stream is very likely. Might have to do some phone calls in the afternoon. So I think an early stream is probably better than going out late. And yeah, so don't know yet for sure. Gentle, very gentle. Pedro asks, any flight of KLM from or to LAX today? Well, if I recall correctly, there are at least 2 flights inbound and outbound each day, or at least most of the days. From memory, I cannot recall if we've seen one land already during the stream. But there are always a few. And Rick asking if I have any holiday plans for the upcoming summer. Well, typically I am a very big winter sport fan, and that's typically when I go on holiday. So don't typically go on holiday during the summer, because why would you go to a sunny destination if it is the sunniest time of year over here in the Netherlands? So no, I don't have any plans just yet, but you never know what the summer might bring. First up, visible in the distance just about, let me have a look. There we go. Now if the camera can also focus in on it. It is KLM flight 1166 737-800 inbound from Helsinki, Finland, where it left 2 hours 9 minutes ago. This airplane, 12 years old, had its first flight in March 2011. Pinching a bit to zoom out. A320neo, 2 Embraer 175s, 777 inbound from Vancouver from KLM, just off the coast. Whoa, speak of the devil. We are awaiting a 777-200 from KLM flight 604. If you look it up, you can see it is in the vicinity and is expected to arrive in, what is it, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Hey Marijn, goedemiddag is het net, heb ik het hier. And that does explain the Innsbruck story. Find that flying to Innsbruck is very much less stressful than driving yourself overnight. So let's have a look. Out in the distance, A320neo from EasyJet in the neo livery, inbound from Dubrovnik. That's Croatia, isn't it? Left 2 hours 20 minutes ago. This airplane is brand new, had its first flight in July 2022. Amelie asks, what is your favorite winter sport destination? Well, I really like going to Italy, and there you have the Sella Ronda, which is basically a round of, what is it, 40 or so kilometers, connecting 4 separate ski areas. And with the ski pass you can go into each of those areas and ski over there as well. So it's basically a big conveyor belt around a large mountain plateau that is, I think, also on the UNESCO World Heritage List. You can also go there in the summer and do biking and hiking as well. Very pretty. That is just the place to be. It is beautiful, gorgeous, the mountains, it is breathtaking, the rockiness, and it's magnificent. There's good food, Italian food, need I say more? And typically the weather is also much sunnier than when you go to Tyrol, for instance, or to other parts of the Alps that are more to the north. Now it can be a downside because last year there were also moments where there was so little snow. Things started getting green outside of the ski tracks. Now the Italians are very well known for preparing ski slopes even when they have to resort to artificial snow. But yeah, if there's one place I'd like to go to, it is to one of the villages that is in one of the areas that connects to the Sella Ronda. Peter K informing us that the A380 inbound from Dubai is now over the border between Austria and the Czech Republic. So yeah, that is still an hour and 15 minutes or so out. Now, if runway 36 right is open by then, there is a chance that we might not see it land. And Paul, I agree, Austria is also one of my favorites. For years I've been going to the Zillertal. My mom used to take me to the village of Gerlos before it was run over by all the Dutchies that go there these days. Learned how to ski over there in the 90s, I think, early 90s. Later went there myself. Stayed in the valley. Because the lift pass is also usable in all the other ski areas in the valley and also up to the glacier, the Hintertruxche glacier. So going up the mountain, and then if you want to go ski elsewhere, first have to cross the mountain or go down again, was just too time consuming. So Zellamziller, Meyerhoven is where I typically would reside, so that you have all access to all ski resorts that the lift pass allows you access to. Norway underrated, more enjoyable than skiing in France and Austria, Amelie says. Now I am a real well, I like to make big tours. Ideally I'd like to never take the same ski lift twice. Is that also something you can do in Norway? Because I have looked into it at some time, and back then I couldn't find any information about how large the areas are, how well connected the slopes are, if it's possible to make tours, or if you just have to go up and down the same slope each and every time. I think in the future, with global warming, if it ever continues, then I think the traditional ski resorts in the Alps will find it more difficult to have an open season as long as they have been doing so far. So maybe we will all have to deviate to Scandinavia for our skiing holidays, at least us Europeans. So, In the meantime, a 777 inbound from Vancouver is arriving. The PHBVI KLM flight 682. This airplane, 10 years old, first flight June 2012. It is another 300 ER. And as I said, it is inbound from Vancouver. And again, those spoilers semi going up about half, then fully going out. So it's been a pleasure to have you on the stream again, ALV Dog. Enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully we'll catch each other again sometime soon. Next plane is a Boeing 737-700. There we go. KLM flight 1344 inbound from Billund, where it departed 50 minutes ago. This airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in March 2009. After that, we are going to see an A320 from EasyJet and an Embraer 175 from KLM, and after that we are going to see a 777-200 from KLM inbound from LAX. Hey Gabriela, good afternoon. Jency boy has to go. Prepare for exams. All the best with that, my friend. Nice seeing you again. Take care. And Gijs is going to the panorama rooftop terrace on the terminal building of Schiphol tomorrow. That is a fantastic location to do some spotting from. Well, Amelie, you have definitely convinced me to look into skiing in Norway and other Scandinavian countries a bit further. Always up for new venues and new ideas, so thank you so much for inspiring me to look into that. Very quiet, almost no Dutch people. Well, that's always a good sign. The same in Italy, by the way. I find that in the resorts I've stayed in, most of the tourists were Italians from more southward locations that basically celebrated holiday in their own country. You do hear a few Dutchies here and there, but most of them go to Austria or to France. In the meantime, the queue is forming Hopefully I am able to show you guys. I see 3 airplanes visually now. Let me have a look on my laptop screen. Oh yeah, you guys can as well. Excellent. So first up is this Embraer 175 inbound from Lyon in France. Thanks for the compliment, Lance. Now, next up, KLM flight 604, inbound from LAX. It is a 777-200. Departed from Los Angeles 10 hours and 7 minutes ago. This is a Boeing 777-200ER. No less than 18 years old already. Had its first flight in September 2004. Michael Jackson says, I think I saw this leave LAX on LA flight last night. That might very well be. You often see the LAX bound planes depart from over here and land over there, or vice versa. Almost always a stream going on where you can catch both the arrival and the departure from. 3 planes and 876 insects. Peter K says, well, again, looking above me and around me, the insect numbers at this moment, again, not so much, but you never know, might have jinxed it again. Now, next up is a Vueling A320 inbound from Barcelona, where it left an hour and 51 minutes ago. This airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in December 2007. Is that on every aircraft, the bicolor engine casings? Just noticed it. Aren't they normally fully orange? Anyway, what is coming next? There's an EasyJet A319 already visible in the distance. A319 inbound from Milan. Okay. The bird is also chiming in. Left an hour and 22 minutes ago. The airplane 13 years old. September 2009 was the first flight of this A319. Right, let's have a look. There is another 777 inbound from Lima. And wasn't there also a 747 expected to arrive around 12:30? Hey Ali, good afternoon to you. First time here, hope you like it. And Christian says Emirates Sky Cargo arrival estimated 12:38. Is that a 747? Because there was talk of a 747 arriving. Now several heavies still over the North Sea. Couple of A330s, couple of triples. So there's still a lot coming this way. Also coming in from the west, so that is a good sign because that means that they are likely to land over here. Lisa F says Cargolux 747 just crossed border to Belgium from France, I'm assuming. Let me scroll down. Okay, don't see any 747s. Right. Back to what we can see then. First up, KLM flight 1186, 737-800. Inbound from Bergen, where it left an hour and 16 minutes ago. This airplane, 22 years old, had its first flight in December 2000. Very gentle landing. The wind still the same as it has been before, more or less. Let me turn around the camera and also grab a little something to drink. To notice that I am starting to get a little dehydrated. Right, E2 Embraer 195. So the Air China cargo airplane seems to have been fully unloaded and maybe even reloaded again. At least I don't see any major activity on this side of the airplane going on. In the meantime, there is a Boeing 737-800 from Transavia arriving. Let's see. Transavia flight 5356, inbound from Faro, where it left 2 hours and 33 minutes ago. The airplane, 8 years old, had its first flight in April 2015. Now, guess we won't be seeing any more 747s for the time being. First up is going to be a 737 from KLM, inbound from Milan, where it left 1 hour and 18 minutes ago. After that we are going to see a triple. This Boeing 737-800 is 3 years old, had its first flight in December 2019. Bit bumpy, not too hard, but looked a bit bumpy. Hello there, Speedbird 009, checking in from Birmingham. Good day to you, and hope you're doing well. So here we have KLM 777. This is KLM flight 744, inbound from Lima, where it left 11 hours and 35 minutes ago. After a journey of 10,500 kilometers, about to touch down over here in Amsterdam. It is a 777-300ER that is 2 years old, and its first flight was in January 2021. I need coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Don't they sound good, those GE90-115Bs? Alright, now let's have a look. We're awaiting another 777 that is inbound from Guayaquil. That is a 200. Not far behind there is an A330. There's also a triple inbound from Dubai, from Emirates Sky Cargo. So we are awaiting a few more heavies. First up, an Embraer 190 from KLM flight 1354. It is an Embraer 190 inbound from Prague, the Czech Republic, where it left an hour and 16 minutes ago. This airplane is 9 years old, had its first flight in October 2013. Buttery smooth. What can I say? Now, what is going to come next? It is an A320 from Vueling, arriving from Alicante. There she is, where it left 2 hours and 14 minutes ago. This airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in August 2007, Vueling flight 1377. After that we are going to see a LOT MAX 8, then a Transavia regular 737. And after that, we are going to see the 777-200 from KLM inbound from Guayaquil. Hey, Ian Dunn. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I did see it correct with the other airplane. So standard Vueling engine casings are indeed fully orange, so it was a deviation, a bicolor deviation that we saw with the earlier one. And there's a Transavia 737 taking off from 09 in the distance. What's going on? Oh no, that's just the wing. I thought maybe they had opened up something again. Now, in the meantime, mosquitoes are back. So you might see them. So this is the MAX 8 from LOT. Hello there, little buddy. Nice day for a swim. I'd imagine that the water is also starting to get a bit warmer. Although the temperatures haven't been that high yet, I am assuming that these are all quite shallow little canals. Hey there, Larry Brown. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Nice touchdown of the 737 from Transavia, while we see the other one take off in the distance. So, Big Bird incoming. This is the 777-200 that is arriving from Guayaquil, KLM flight 751. It departed from Guayaquil 11 hours and 5 minutes ago. This is a Boeing 777-200ER. She's 17 years old. First flight was in March 2006. Sounds different from the 300 ERs, don't they? There's something that the engine sound is different. Alright, so next up, Airbus A380-300 Delta Airlines flight 164 inbound from Minneapolis, where it left 8 hours and 5 minutes ago. This is a 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2016. I think I might also hear some frogs. It sounds like they are from behind me. Don't know how well you can hear them with the new mic, because it is more directional in its pickup pattern, so only things from the front are loudest. Everything from the side and the rear is much less audible. Don't hear any quackers at the moment anymore. So, according to Flight Radar, this is number 10 worldwide, tracked by 192 people. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9906. 777 freighter. 7 years old. First flight August 2015, inbound from Dubai, where it left 6 hours 45 minutes ago. Same tune as the 300 ERs. Hey Ina, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well on this sunny Sunday, or at least it is a sunny Sunday over here. Simon Kirby, morning. Hope you're doing well, Simon. Now, another queue is forming. First airplane to arrive is Icelandair Flight 506. It is a 737 MAX 8 inbound from Reykjavik, where it departed 2 hours 41 minutes ago. This airplane is 4 years old already. First flight February 2019. It is nice having the birds chatter as much as they do, isn't it, Lisa? In the meantime, we have our dive champion diving under and then re-emerging again 10 meters further out. It's always a question where it's going to re-emerge once it dives under, because it sure isn't going to be in the vicinity. So if he's on a diving spree, you can only see him occasionally, because by the time he goes under again and you found him, by the time you found him when he re-emerges, he's going under again, I should say. Right, so next inbound, Delta Airlines Flight 144, Airbus A330-300 inbound from Seattle, where it, oh, doing something wrong here. Now, all of a sudden I'm in Seattle. That's not, how can I get back quickly? Okay, well, I have to figure that out later. That's annoying. I think I accidentally pressed on the Seattle airfield, and then apparently flight radar immediately goes to that area on the map. So I'm quite far out from Amsterdam at the moment, but I am heading back now. Okay, what is this? Now losing the live chat for some reason. Okay. We can copy the URL. Paste. Enter. Okay. Live chat. Okay. I think I have the live chat back up. And I think I also have flight radar back focused on Amsterdam. Alright. Yeah. Now quickly back before, and I don't see it on flight radar, but there is a 747 inbound Cargolux. Okay, well, unexpected and pleasant surprise there. Did not see that one on flight radar, but apparently there was one inbound. Now Emirates A380 is now flying over Germany. Also shouldn't be too far out. It is going to be exciting to see if it's going to come to this runway. For now it seems that all arrivals are directed to 06, so that is good news. Okay, so the Cargolux was expected for 8 in the morning and had some delay, well, maybe a bit more than some. But it wasn't visible on flight radar, on my app at least. I didn't see it. Really weird. Then I was having some technical difficulties with flight radar after trying to get some information of the preceding A330. Right. Michael Jackson says A380 is out 33 minutes. I am going to stick around for it. It will be the final flight of the day. It's been a long stream already. How long have I been standing here? 3 hours 40 minutes at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit peckish. Right. Okay, and Christian did have the Cargolux on radar. I'm just checking because I have a filter applied for only inbound traffic with destination Schiphol. Can it be that it had a different destination than AMS and that I therefore didn't see it? Right, anyway, back to the action. First up is a 737-800 from Transavia. Inbound from Kos. Landing. The next airplane to arrive is a KLM B773-800 inbound from Rome, where it departed an hour and 59 minutes ago. The airplane we're about to see, 14 years old, had its first flight in May 2008. And it's more to the left. Okay, I'm seeing an A320 inbound from Charles de Gaulle that is flying towards runway 36 right. That's not a good sign, because I think that might mean that the A380 is going to land on that runway instead of 06. More inbound for 36 right. So that's not a good sign, people. Well, there's a good leading indicator. There is an A330 from Turkish inbound from Istanbul that is also arriving. Let's see where they direct this one to. In the meantime, we are awaiting a Boeing 767-300 from Icelandair, inbound from Reykjavik. So this particular airplane, 25 years old already, had its first flight in October 1997. So yeah, we also saw a Max 8 in the new livery land before this 767. What do you guys think? Which one is the better looking livery? The old one with the orange accents or the new white and blue? I know what I feel, but wondering what you guys are thinking. I think I might know the answer, but just curious. Now, in the meantime, I do see that the Air China cargo is going out again. It was parked over here initially after we saw it land in the beginning of the stream. Now going out again, probably take off from runway 09 in a few moments. In the meantime, where it was parked is now the Emirates Sky Cargo 777 that we also saw land earlier. In the meantime, a top Air Portugal Airbus is arriving. Just to switch it up a little bit. So, are they loading or unloading? I think they are unloading. So it wasn't an empty flight probably. Now, the A330 inbound from Istanbul now seems to be directed to runway 36 right. So I'm very much afraid that that is what's also going to happen to the Emirates A380. It has crossed the German border now, is now flying over the Netherlands. We'll have to keep an eye out for what it's going to do. In the meantime, a few narrow bodies are coming in first, and there is also a 777 and I think also an A330 that are coming in. So yeah, I think that we all agree that the old livery from Icelandair looks the best. I already figured that would probably be the outcome, but oh yeah, I'm still consistently too far to the right. Goed, as we say in Dutch, or alright. Inbound next, Embraer 190, inbound from Toulouse in France, KLM flight 1302. The airplane 14 years old, first flight April 2009. Well, the mosquitoes are definitely back. You can probably see them. Now, next up is an Embraer 175, inbound from Aberdeen, 7 years old, first flight March 2016, KLM flight 1444. Also having a look to see now the Turkish A330 seems to be going to runway 36 left, so I'm very much afraid that the A380 is going to do the exact same, which means that we can only see it from a distance then. Right, well, let's see, there's an A320 from EasyJet now on approach, and that is inbound from Palma de Mallorca, where it left 2 hours 8 minutes ago. This airplane, 7 years old, had its first flight in January 2016. After that, an EasyJet A320 inbound from Milan. So 2 EasyJet A320s back to back. And there is the second A320. Let's see, this is a 5-year-old A320, and this airplane left Milan an hour and 20 minutes ago. Well, next up, Delta Airlines flight 162, A330-300 inbound from Minneapolis. This airplane, 19 years old, had its first flight in August 2003. Another buttery smooth A330 touching down there, as we're still listening to the reverse thrust being applied. Quickly turn around the camera for the next heavy to arrive, which is a 777 inbound from Atlanta. There we go, yet another 777. This one is another 300 ER inbound from Atlanta, Georgia, where it left 7 hours 48 minutes ago. This airplane, 6 years old, had its first flight in May 2016. So buckle up, we're about to get that same sweet sound again. Right. Yeah, and Michael Jackson, absolutely right. The A380, don't expect we're going to see it land over here. I am going to try to see if I can capture some of what we can see of it from over here. But I would be very surprised to still see it come to 06. Now, in the meantime, coming this way, Air France Hop. Inbound from Marseille. Let's see, 19-year-old airplane. First flight March 2004. The journey from Marseille to here is 1 hour and 25 minutes. Now, the picture on Flight Radar showed an airplane with a somewhat different tail, or at least the livery on the tail part appeared to be a little bit different from the standard Air France. Normally these Air France hops only have hop added to the regular Air France livery. Let me see if I can see if it's any different. Now that color scheme on the tail with the exclamation mark, that's not what you normally see on these Air France hops, do you? Or is my mind so foggy and caffeine deprived that I'm starting to imagine things? Right. Now, let's see. Inbound for 06. A couple of 737s. An Air France A220. That's also something you don't see that often. A320 from Aer Lingus. Right, now, moment of truth. Seems that the A380 is turning final for 36 left. And AB asks, does the reopening of runway 18 center have any effect on the planes departing and arriving on the Polderbaan? It definitely has, because Well, it probably won't have that much impact because they are parallel to each other. So if you have windy conditions that would allow you to use the polar band, then you would most likely also use the runway 18 center again. But the thing is that you will be seeing parallel departures and landings more often than now is the case. Now you often see that when they open the polar band for departures that they also use 09 depending on the wind and the wind strength. And normally, or later when they are going to reopen it again, I think you'll see more parallel approaches and arrivals. Right, now what is the A380 going to do? It's now flying base. Uh, 737s keep coming in. Okay, and the A380 is turning to the north by the looks of it. It's also already quite low, 1700 feet, so yeah. Let's see what we can make of it. Good frame of reference is this airplane that we are already seeing, 737-900 inbound from Munich. So that is the angle at which we are going to see the A380. Now the 737 is clearing the buildings nicely. Hopefully the A380 will do the same. Now here it goes behind the building again. And here we can see it again, okay. Alright, and here it goes behind the building again. So there's not a whole lot that we can see of it from this point on until it re-emerges again from behind the building in a moment. Which I hope it will. Or is it already further out? I think it's further out already. Yeah, okay, so there's a whole lot that you cannot see. But we can see the A380 in the meantime. So let me show you guys the best I can. Where is it? There it is. Okay, this is fully zoomed in now. Yeah, this is the best that we can do at the moment. Again, not a good day for catching A380s in a row. 2 days in a row. Now this is going to be the last airplane of the day for me. So I'm going to take this moment to already say goodbye to you guys. I want to thank each and every one of you once again for joining me here on this lovely Sunday morning and beginning of the afternoon for a wonderful stream. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too. If you guys liked what you have been seeing so far and you haven't done so already, do consider subscribing to the channel. And when you do subscribe, make sure to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you get notified and hopefully can join us once again for more action from the ever bustling Schiphol airport. Now we can still just about make out the tail upside of the A380, huge tail. Okay, this is where it becomes difficult. And where we'll have to wait a little bit. Probably going to re-emerge over here at the petrol tanks, gas tanks. The high rises of Amsterdam South visible over there. And there's the A380. Probably hear the reverse thrust as well a little. Yeah, so again, thank you all for tuning in today. I've had a blast and I hope you guys had too. For those of you for who it is still morning or afternoon, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. For those of you for who it's already evening, have a nice rest of the week. I am planning on going out tomorrow. Don't know yet how long and at what time or where to, but maybe I'll catch you there. If not, hopefully I'll catch you again during one of the later streams. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats and super stickers. Thanks to all the new members for joining the Aurora Sky Lounge, and everybody be well. Hopefully I'll see you again soon, and take care for now. Bye bye.